Alright, we're having a hard time again with that OBS shit. It's not going well right now. Not well at all. We'll just start another Stream Raider. We are getting into the station. I think after that shipment, we're gonna switch game. Star Citizen is really giving me a hard time right now. Oh, fuck that guy. Tried to jump me. Hope everyone's gonna come back now. Sorry about the crashes. We're gonna have to go to another game after that run. My CPU starting to not be able to handle that game so well when I'm streaming it. Alright, so that's gonna be last two containers. It'll be full of quantanium. That's the ride we need. Keep safest. I'm gonna go to medical first to get hydrated. Eight. So we got an aggro guy around. Hopefully he's down by now. Come on, people. Join me on that Stream Raider. Need to put our forces together. Crash the enemy. We're gonna show them that I need your help. Will join forces with me. Everything will be fine. Joking me? Kidding me? This ain't my day to drive a ship, I guess. Hopefully our other games will handle better. still have 10 minutes for the next stream raid. So don't forget, you can place them right there using that link. Press the button. I kind of forget to do that. Wear it better during the day. The city, everything, now you can see it. At night you can barely see anything outside because of the reflection of the lights inside the train. Oh, look at that. It's fucking huge. Looks way better. We are going toward the huge, kind of tower. Is that it? Yeah. That tower. See, now arriving. And now, for the big show, I'm gonna go with a small aerial first. Baronite, 30k. Festatine, 9k. And Montanium. 307k. Now we get almost 1.5 million. The last 3 days I mined like 500,000, a bit more, almost a full million. I didn't play much. Mostly just chatted and mined like 10 rocks maybe. I take a full 5 or 6 hours. I could do maybe, don't know, 15, a bit more in one day. Be over 1 million. Then the day after, got everything refined. You make that money. Oh wait, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna check what I can do. Switch game right now. Rename that. I'm gonna need to check what the name comes out as. Alright. So that's gonna be right here. Let's see if this works. Lower that. I'm gonna quit that game. Yes. Oh yeah. Right on time to start the battle. Well, let's go. Can make it. Vidri Dodge and Farah are back on the board. Good luck. Don't worry, it's an easy fight. We just had to restart the whole thing. This is going well. All right. Pipe. Random winners, one each of course. Para for 15, Vidri Dutch for 20. I got one barbarian. Yeah. We're gonna go shop for daily free talismans, yeah. And take 4 of those. Get some saints. And some archers. Alright. We're gonna upgrade the barbarian. We're gonna go and unlock the sage. I don't think we have it. Right. Nice, even a 2nd level. Gonna collect all that. Gonna upgrade the warrior. Gonna upgrade the Templar. Anything else? No, alright. Next fight. Next fight's gonna be... Kinda tempted by that one below, but... Alright, let's go with that one. Alright, so come on in, people. Put some troops on. I'm gonna go with my barbarian. Yeah. With what's that unit? And pinning archer, yeah. Cool one. I'm gonna have to start my game first. Space punks. Gonna check if everything changed. Yeah. All seems fine. The title just changed. Alright, let's see. Game is now on. Gonna add the sound. I'm gonna add this so we can see it. Stop stream radar. There you go. Well, not stop, but I mean, take it down. We are gonna stop the music though. There's some good music in that game, and I don't want to miss it. Right. I think I had a couple upgrades going on here, so I'm just gonna check real quick. It's good so far. Dailies are done. Weekly is gonna be kind of hard because I'm the only one on my crew that can go at Bannock, and no one can go at Spore so far. Still need 5 games while in a party. So, yeah. Gonna need to find a friend. Wait, what? Can go in the crack. No origin. Filled with priceless riches that cannot be found anywhere else in the galaxy. Alright, so just like go in like that. Okay. Just gonna get on my Discord real quick. See if anyone's online. I want to play maybe. Don't see anyone so far, but never know. Just grab in the channel and there we go. So I'm gonna mute the Discord from gonna mute the Discord from my live because the guys tend to just jump in and say stupid stuff. I like them, but they always do that. The word. That it? Not that bad. So there's only one team, and it's me. I don't know what's gonna happen. I might die. Or maybe not. Who knows?
Accumulating wealth.
Gotta open that 3 times for it to just disappear. There we go. Gonna wait for the poison to die down.
They look friendly. Your life function has been terminated. I'm Bob. What's your name?
We're gonna take it real slow.
Welcome to Thunderdome.
because don't know what's gonna happen on that map.
Do your work, you guys. Every little bit helps.
That now. Okay. So not dangerous, I guess. Ah, shit.
They're ready when they're ready. These four but
Really? Second one? But a third one? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did not sign up for that.
Aren't we possible?
God. Fourth one.
Never tell me the odds. Follow me at your peril. Making minds is a science. That's it.
Right, one down. Two down.
Gadgets for the win.
Those are really, really tough, so
Ooh, I'm rich.
I don't care about going all the way back. If it means I can just stay safe while doing that.
Wait, no we don't. Ah, my adoring public. A pathetic end. Welcome to Thunderdome. Have some of that.
Alright, just taking it slow. Double speed, yeah.
Smoking at your
That's probably really, really unsafe, but I'm gonna take it.
Let's get this party started. They like me. They really like me.
Ooh.
The easier they are to shoot.
Hell yeah. What the stabilizing is that? Wait, did I come back? The beginning? Yeah. I thought I was like super far. I'm still at the beginning. Of course.
You came a long way to die. Please form an orderly line for annihilation.
I'm gonna wait before taking that.
We come in peace. Wait.
It's gonna be sure it's gonna be worth it. So I guess there's something down there.
Tratu Barada Nikto. Come on in. The water's fine. Circle the wagons. Here they come. Ah!
Right. Seems there's only one way right now. It's gonna be that way, so I'm gonna activate it. Double damage.
They
Ooh,
look friendly.
that's gonna be bad for them.
Ah, aren't they cute? Let's get this party started.
Sad it didn't last long. Oh,
Let's meet the locals.
essaye une nouvelle mission.
More guns, less problems. Welcome to Thunderdome. Follow me for a big surprise.
Test.
Ho!
Oh. Alright, là, j'essaie de survivre en ce moment.
Annihilated.
Hello. Ça sera pas facile.
Hot space always surprises.
Yo. Test. Entendre où, juste? Entends pas moi ou... Ok. Ok, fuck, je suis comme coincé en ce moment et je suis mort. La misère à parler en même temps que je joue à un jeu. Là. C'est pas facile ça. Tu m'entends pas dans tes écouteurs? Ici, tu vas m'entendre au moins. C'est quand même weird. Le problème, là, c'est que tu vas avoir le délai. Hmm. Oh ouais. Oh, j'ai coupé le son du Discord. Parce que des fois, il y a du monde qui arrive puis qui ils disent coucou les chouchous, des choses comme ça, tu sais. Hello, Xi! Ouais, c'est quand même weird. J'imagine que il va y avoir de quoi avec Discord qui est encore fucké, comme d'habitude. Ou sinon, c'est peut-être moi que mon micro est pas bien branché par rapport à Discord, mais je vois pas pourquoi ça aurait changé depuis hier. Regardez juste pour être sûr. Euh... Ok, non, il détecte ma voix, fait que c'est chill. Is not my Discord. J'ai même l'anneau qui glow. C'est pas parce que je mangeais épicé cette fois-là. Il me reste 5 games à faire en équipe pour avoir un autre challenge weekly de réussi si jamais ça te tenterait.
Raise hell to lure out those keepers! Oh, what has gotten into me?
Bogies at 8 o'clock. Every little bit helps.
Les cristaux rouges comme ça, c'est du stopanite justement.
Welcome to Thunderdome.
J'imagine peut-être à un certain niveau de difficulté ou un truc du genre, ça va vraiment dropper de la stopanite quand tu les pètes là. That would be nice.
To die. Drop to Barada Nikto. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Drop to Barada Nikto. Inferior build quality.
Oh, le petit chanceux. Ça en est sorti cette fois-là. On peut appeler ça comme ça.
Do your work, you guy. I always require currency.
Herd him out.
Never tell me no. Ah,
If I can see them, I bet you can see them as well.
this'll do nicely. Please form an orderly line for annihilation. Hasta la vista, baby. Reset to factory settings. It's never enough. Do your work, new guy. We come in peace. Wait, no we don't. You are now valueless. Circle the wagon. Here they come. This will look great in my pocket.
Il y a plein de beaux loot, ça.
Whoa! Ah, my adoring public. Up,
On va aller par là avant. Petit compagnon. Ça, les petites bêtes du désert. Me rappelle mon enfance.
we come in peace. Wait, no we don't. You came a long way. Dollar, dollar bill, y'all. We come in peace. Wait, no we don't. I wish I could put you back together. Shutting you down.
Hey, Albino Reno. What's up? Est-ce que j'étais un petit peu concentré pendant un instant, là? Ça va très bien, toi.
Stay down, robot.
Super.
Underdog.
Ben, c'est super de savoir que ça va super. Check ce jeu-là. Avoue, là. C'est cool. Oh oui, le week-end, enfin. Fini la semaine de travail. On va se reposer un petit peu.
Do your work, new guy. Oh, you're just pieces now. Aw, that was beautiful.
Si t'es bien chanceux, sex, drug and rock and roll. Si t'es encore plus chanceux, tu vas être consentant. Ah, c'est vrai, on n'a plus le droit de faire des jokes de même sur Internet. Excusez-moi, j'ai rien dit. Ah,
Peace. Wait, no?
voir que tu travailles demain. Pas un vrai week-end. Come on. Oh, le malade.
Around me.
Beer stream pis dodo.
Reset to factory
Un bon
settings.
deal, je trouve. C'est un bon deal. Down. même pas, là. Chris à terre, j'ai pas juste donné un coup. Il y a eu des petits upgrades.
Robot 0, Bob 1.
C'est moi, c'est moi. Hello, hello.
Oh, I get it. It's an unfair fight. Hot space always surprises. Oh, you're just pieces now. Don't push. There's enough bullets for everyone. Oh,
Ah oui.
a piece of cake. Ooh.
Oh, hello. You
Ouais. Hein. Tu sais, ils ont comme essayé de avoir un petit côté comique, là.
I always require currency. Ratu Barada Nikto.
C'est exactement le but recherché aussi.
Ah, my adoring public. And stay down, robot.
Je vais aller voir par là si j'ai pas oublié des petites bébites. Oh. Ah, c'est vrai, tu vas à l'école en plus, Albino.
Thunderdome.
On va aller faire le petit Stream Raider avant d'aller plus loin. On va se mettre à une petite place safe. Ouh. On va lancer ça. C'est parti. So far, so good. Vu qu'on n'a pas encore de mort, ça va très bien. Ah, on a un mort finalement. Non, non. Il était tantôt, là, mais. Alright. Good job, les boys. Good job. Next fight. Ça va être cette grosse bébite-là. On start ça immédiatement avec un paladin. Et voilà. Et allez-y. Le lien, il est juste ici. Ouais, avec Humble. Mhm. Ouais, la mienne, je l'ai donné à ma femme, mais finalement, elle n'a pas tant aimé ça. Fait que.
Reform an orderly line for annihilation.
Ah, peut-être, peut-être.
Unpopular. Watch your step. Winner, friggin' dinner. Dollar bill, y'all.
Alright.
Whoop. They look friendly.
Ah, j'ai muté mon Discord, fait qu'ils t'entendent pas parler.
Sometimes you gotta start.
Ouais, mais je te répondrai quand même pas beaucoup parce que je veux pas avoir d'aller parler tout seul. Tu peux toujours venir m'écrire sur mon stream. Là, on pourrait faire de quoi? Oh, ouais, il est bien caché, lui, pareil. Ah ben là. Il de le rouler, tu viendras après. Pas difficile. Alright. Faire un petit tour par ici.
Welcome to Thunderdome. You just made a fatal error.
Beautiful component field.
Ça va être time to teleport.
Pity to destroy such fine work. Let's meet the locals.
Mhm.
Bogies at Yikes o'clock.
Classique.
You came a long way to die. We come in peace. Wait, don't. Keep
Ça va pas bien, tu sais, il faut qu'il vienne chercher ton char après. Hein.
We come in peace.
Un bon chum.
Don't. Ching. Do your work, you guys. You've been
Mhm.
shattered, not. Welcome to Thunderdome. Accumulating wealth. You came a long way to die.
Comme si t'es cassé, tu sors pas dans les bars, hein. Logiquement, hein.
More credits, more gadgets.
Ok, ok, la manquer d'argent dans la machine, tu veux dire.
You just made a fatal error. Spawn space always surprises.
Et là. En 2022, en passant. Hein.
Ching. To destroy such fine work.
Ah, j'ai travaillé dans plein de bars où est-ce qu'il y avait ça. Je veux dire, c'est une excuse de merde, là. Ah, c'est un bar, ça ralentit. Non, non, non. Parce que les propriétaires veulent pas payer pour les frais de. Les frais d'interact, c'est tout. Exactement. Encore là, c'est des frais bancaires, c'est la banque qui charge les frais. Le propriétaire se fait même pas d'argent là-dessus.
Welcome to Thunderdome. Please form an orderly line for annihilation. What a terrible design. Show your work, you guys. Hasta la
Non.
vista, baby. Welcome to Thunderdome.
Avais-tu tout pogné les coffres? Non, il m'en manque un encore.
They look friendly.
Bon, c'est où que j'ai pas exploré juste pour le fun? J'espère que c'est pas au début. Il manque un petit spot au début, pis that's it. Fuck it. On va y aller avec un coffre en moins. Pas le choix. Fort probablement.
Ah, progress.
Non, fuck it. Moi, je m'en vais pas chercher ça jusque là-bas. Hors de question. La merde. Mr. Burn a 66 de power. Quand même drôle. Je vais regarder d'un coup, j'ai une mission à remplir avec un katana. You never know. C'est pour ça que j'ai fermé le Discord sur mon. C'est moi qu'il faut qu'il sorte, ok? C'est mon stream. Conductor, hein? Je pouvais pas augmenter mon stabby déjà. Ah, j'aurais pu, c'est. Ah non, j'ai commencé à ramasser ces trucs-là, les cadenas, enfin. Je vais pouvoir aller éventuellement débloquer le fusil Invader en 200 cadenas, par exemple. Long range plasma round breaks apart on contact, spraying the area. Fucking épique. On va y aller pour un autre 50 comme ça. On fait ça comme reward cette fois-là, par exemple. Dernière petite mission. Après ça, on va aller en Be Right Back pour environ 30 minutes. Je vais devoir aller chercher les enfants à l'école, mais j'ai l'intention de continuer le stream en revenant. Ça va être un stream avec des petites créatures qui crient en arrière. Vous devriez pas trop les entendre, mais. Donc, t'es pas une petite créature, toi. J'aimerais que t'essaies de pas crier en arrière, s'il te plaît. Une grosse créature. Je veux dire une grande créature, excuse-moi. Ouais, all around. T'en vas, Farah? Parti encore, moi, là. Attends un peu, là. Il reste une quinzaine de minutes. Au moins. Ah, pas tout de suite, là. Je fais cette mission-là avant. Je vais m'en aller chercher les enfants après la mission, mais je vais revenir tout de suite après. Fait que je vais me mettre en be right back. Au pire, pour lurker pendant ce temps-là, puis entendre le doux son de ma voix lors de mon retour. Je vais continuer à streamer après avoir été chercher les enfants, probablement. Non.
I always require currency.
Je pense pas que ça paye pour mon gaz, fait que.
You get the money, then you get the power. A pathetic end.
Juste. Ouais, tu vas faire de la porte, j'imagine. Oh, le doorman fait de la porte, ouais.
I'm Bob. What's your name?
C'est pas lui qui s'occupe des cover charge puis des choses de même, là. Ok.
Welcome to Thunderdome. You came a long way to die. This will look great in
Mais
my
non.
pocket.
J'en ai fait pas mal, puis j'ai plus mes cartes. C'est tellement pas légal, là.
On space, always
Je
surprise.
pourrais fermer le bar pour ça, là. Le pire, c'est avec leur nom, ils pourraient aller voir sur le site du BSP, dans le fond, là.
Let's meet the local.
Ok. Ça veut dire que vous allez en entendre parler.
I'll never be lonely again. On wings may the wings of liberty never lose a feather. And stay down, robot. Shutting you down. Let's meet the locals.
Allô, la police ou fuck the police?
On space, always surprises.
Pas game, pas game. Aussitôt que tu vois la police, faut que tu mettes fuck the police, genre, c'est la règle.
It's never enough. And stay down, robot. Drop to Barada Nikto. from scratch. Do your work, new guy. Must be popular. More credits, more gadgets. Ching! More credits, more gadgets. I'm Bob. What's your name?
Okay.
Winner, cricket dinner. That's it. He's finished. Attack Bob. Get the knob.
Ouais.
Wait, is that right?
Dans un bar de danseuses, il y en a des choses qui sont creuses.
They look friendly. We come in peace. Wait, no.
Ouais, ça pourrait être pas peu, ça. Je te gage que celle qui aimait pas, c'est parce qu'il a pas couché avec, puis elle voulait pas. Là.
Happy trails, Hans.
Non, il a couché avec aussi, finalement. Ok.
You came a long way to die. Please form an orderly line for annihilation.
Ouais, définitivement, c'est pas propre d'essayer de coucher avec tes employés, surtout dans ce genre de situation-là. Tu sais, t'as une position de pouvoir en plus, pis tout, là.
Robot 0, Bob 1.
Ouais, c'est sûr.
Shift reset to factory settings.
J'imagine.
Came a long way to die. You've been rendered non. Have some of that.
Fait que dans 2-3 ans, c'est ça? Ok, ouais.
You came a long way to die. They like me. They really like me. Let's meet the locals. If coffee is for closers, consider me buzzed. All this fuss over little old me.
T'as moins de chances de coucher avec, par exemple.
Welcome to Thunderdome. Dollar bill, y'all. That's it. He's finished. Did someone order a horde of enemies? You've been rendered non-operational. You came a long way to die. change, you filthy animal. More guns, let's rock. Circle the wagon. Here at this shutting you down.
Bon. On va explorer vite. Ouais, je sais.
Sometimes you gotta start from scratch. First,
Mon alarme a déjà sonné pour que j'aille chercher les enfants.
making the world a better place, one kill at a time. They look friendly. This'll do nicely.
Ça fait, je pense, ouais, 18 sur 19. Dernier cas va probablement être au Extraction Point. Ouais. Tout est bien exploré cette fois-là.
My favorite little toy.
Oui, je game encore. Game toujours, hein.
May the wings of liberty never lose a feather.
Là, faut que j'aille chercher les enfants, fait que
Go!
fini cette petite game-là, je vais chercher les enfants, ça je reviens. Puis on continue. Haha.
They look friendly.
C'est bien beau les kills, mais on va les extraire tout de suite. Et voilà.
If coffee is for closer,
Je m'entends pas. Faire un petit thumbs up. Alright. Pendant qu'on va être en ville, ce que je vais faire, que je vais immédiatement partir le Stream Raider. Ready Battle. Et voilà. On va aller mettre un petit peu de musique on the side en même temps. Meter winner, et voilà. On va tout de suite enligner la prochaine bataille. Là, je vais avoir besoin qu'il y ait beaucoup de monde qui s'y mette. C'est-à-dire tout le monde en fait. Ah, j'aurais aimé ça avoir un gold pour ça par exemple. Ah, on va y aller avec le snipe alors. Alors, lui a une idée que moi, excellent. Donc, je vais vous mettre en Be Right Back, les amis. On se revoit dans pas très long, environ 30 minutes. Et Alright. We are back. Stream Raider. There we go. We're gonna start this right now. Where's my vape? Be right back. Victory. Good job, everyone. Il faudrait que tu viennes participer pour ça. Random winners are Farah and Alienator. Collect the badges. Next is a random mystery. And the music stopped too, huh? There we go. I'm gonna go with the Templar. Hey. Also gonna finish that quest. Let's get back to the game. So we just finished a kinda good run. Got an old boy. To keep it because I haven't tried it yet, but I don't want to try it right now. Range damage plus 10%. I'm gonna keep it just to switch that one. The hero gets level 14. And that's a shitty shield. Well, shitty armor, sorry. There we go. That weapon looks kind of cool. I'll have to try it sometime. Yeah. I want to upgrade the conductor. It's the same gun that I'm using right now. Yeah, right. I'm playing the music from the game right now. So that song, I'm gonna go and play the game music. Toujours, non? Civ 6 has copyright infringement on some song in the US. No, Civ 5. Civ 5. Ça passe sur Twitch, mais tu peux pas le mettre sur YouTube. By the way, if anyone want to join, I need to do more missions with other players, so sorry about that. Pronto. Tout de suite.
Always surprises.
Mm-hmm.
Drop to Piranha Victo.
Going.
Who invited them?
Yeah, so là.
Let's meet the
Okay,
locals.
cool.
Ooh, I'm rich. It's never enough. Do your work, you guy. Keep the change, you filthy animal. It's never enough. Cash rules everything around me. Welcome to Thunderdome. What was all the
Whoa.
always surprises? I'm rich. You are now valuable. Must be popular. Overlapping field of fire initiated. We're on the right track.
Off their power supply! Robots are all making terrible choices!
It's gonna be the exit. Still have 14 and a half minutes before the next Stream Raider.
Even a blind squirrel finds enough. Please form an orderly line for a night.
bien ça. Juste pour toi.
Bogeys at Yanks O'Clock. This will look great in my pocket. Sometimes you gotta start from scratch. Come on now, this way. Still need a minute. Smells more robot.
C'est 9 sur 12 pour les coffres. We're gonna have 3 chests by the exit. Or maybe at the beginning. I'll go back to the beginning right away. I don't want to have to go to the exit and then run back to the beginning. Curry, you better not be sleeping again, huh? Alright, so nothing at the beginning.
Every little bit helps. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut. You want that gun right or done now. Robot 011. This will look great in my Tattoo Barada Victor. Attack all Gibson dogs. Wait, is that right? Did someone order a horde of enemies? You came a long way.
One more. Oh, there it is.
Every little bit helps.
That it? Yep. Let's get out.
One step at a time.
Nice. Those swords. Look at that. That ain't good. Shadow skin is shitty as fuck. No. What about that one? Skin shall wait 64. Nope. That's gonna be a big jump from 31 to 65. Now at 48 power level. I had a mod on that one too. If I just whip that, I'm gonna have something. No, that's not in it. That's right here. There we go. I don't even know what those G are, but I'm gonna take them anyway. Can you craft something? Not that, because we need some of that Topeka. Conductor air. Oh yeah, we can upgrade it. There we go. We'll be able to build green conductors. That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I really need those 70 Topeka, because then the Raffler is gonna go blue. Alright, I need like 7.4k XP to get my next level. Maybe I could try that. Try and fail, because definitely I'm not gonna be able to do it alone. Yeah, right. We're gonna go for some of the music from the game. Gonna shut that down. Put into the options. Okay then.
First, you will need to recover the transporter. It is called Burnby.
Alright, 60%. Should be good.
Let's meet the locals. Do your work, you guys. I always require currency.
What the hell is that? Oh, sweet. That was a nice drop.
Pocket change. Let's meet the locals. Tatu Barada Nico. Bogies at Yanks o'clock. We come in peace. Wait, no we don't. Do your work, you guy.
Before going that way, I'm gonna check that zone.
They look friendly.
Always worth it.
Welcome to Thunderdome. We come in peace. Wait, no we don't.
All right. Stream Raider. Hey, a lot of people. All right. Let's do this. Really good start, boys. All right. Last chest. Boom. Good job, people. Hype and chat. Alienator get some little bomber right here. Nice. Rune army. Next fight is gonna be those old bastards. I'm gonna drop a paladin right in front. I'm gonna go and upgrade mage. Perfect. Well, let's get back space pipes.
Do your work, you guy.
Another brute. Just say, just say. Et voila.
I'm Bob. What's your name?
$1 bill, y'all. See, totally worth it. Did I start? Start a new battle. Oh yeah, right. Cool. I don't see. I don't see the Stream Captain bot thing. A new battle has been launched. So let's go with Raider. You can put all your fighters on the map.
They look friendly. Tratu Barada Nikto. It's never enough.
The fuck do you think I am?
Welcome to Thunderdome. You are no longer alive.
Are no longer alive.
Well, here's something you smells like victory. Tratu Barada Nikto. Welcome to Thunderdome. Tratu Barada Nikto. Bow of down.
That was easy.
Came a long way to die. Welcome to the fire zone. Winner, chicken dinner. Circle the wagon. Here they come.
I hate those fuckers.
What was all the fuss about? You came a long way to die. I always require currency. More credits, more gadgets. They look friendly. Tratu Barada Nikto. Come on in, the one
No. Le doigt, je suis mécanicien.
More credits, more gadgets. Smokies at Yanks o'clock. You came a long way to die. Accumulating wealth.
Ouh. J'ai trouvé un Invader bleu.
Form an orderly line. Transform the Western pieces.
Ah.
Ah, that was you. badly.
That stupid robot. Always in the way.
Smoky, and yank the rock. Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing. Don't push. There's enough bullets for everyone. Your light function. Whoa! Winner by knockout. Home base always surprises. Hail of bullets.
God, that motherfucker is in the way. Like, always in the way.
This will look great in my pocket. Everybody needs a My Little Spirit.
Well, now that we've seen the sights, let's start burning the place down. Yes, burning. Oh, dealing my countries about fear and trusting.
My favorite little toy. These little guys get everywhere. May the wings.
Well done, Pathfinder.
Alright. We'll need to find 3 chests.
Whoa!
Now we don't have that stupid robot with us.
Never tell me the odds. Oh, I get it. It's an came a long way to die. Home base always surprises. They look ready. Welcome to
Oh yeah.
Thunderdome. Trato Bravada Victo. I never go anywhere alone. You came a long way to die. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Welcome to Thunderdome. Flatline. Home base always surprises. Making the world a better place, one kill at a time.
There we go. We did it. Whew.
Winner, winner, cricket.
Blue gun. Guess that's gonna be something else. I'm kind of excited now. Good. What's that? Boss melee critical chance. New. Those weapons. I'm gonna give the 64. Damage. More bullets. Better range. Lot more spread. Bigger magazine. Shorter reload time. But less critical chance. Way lower rate of fire, but that's not gonna be a problem with all the damage. Range damage, melee damage. I'm gonna take some melee damage. What do we have here? More spread, reload speed. Both kind of sucks, huh? try the rangefinder. Let's see if we're gonna see what is that famous spread. With that gun, there's a lot spread on that gun. $56 power level, damn. Today, I'm gonna try that one first. Wait. I need more biomass. Whatever it's called. Stream Raider is looking good so far. 4 minutes and a half left before we started. I'd really like someone to join me on that one. Right. Let's try that new gun.
Let's check the cooling system.
You came a long way to die.
Oh, nice.
This will upgrade in my pocket. One, you, 0. Pocket change.
I think I prefer the other one though.
We come in peace. Wait, don't. It's never enough. Turn your ones into zeros. I'm Bob. What's your name?
Damage per bullet though is really good.
Bogey at Yanks O'Clock. We come in peace. Wait, don't. Oh, I get it. It's an unfair fight.
Oh no, not a boomer.
You are no longer alive. Pull.
Alright, so that's
Show your work.
kind of different. Gonna be a bit harder if there's more of them. I was right on it.
Taco, Bravado, Mixto. You came a long way to die.
Definitely the conductor is even better.
Dollar, dollar bills, y'all. Bob has now ended you.
Ooh.
Huh?
Being Captain but says we're ready. Green Raider. That's how this one goes. Oh no, Mandred died. Hopefully the rest of us can make it. This is gonna be a tough fight, I guess. Alright. 5-5. Good job, guys. Good job. Winners for the chests are Mandred and Elliot Andrew Scott. Perfect. Now I'm really gonna need everyone on this. Please, please help me out on that one. I'm gonna go with my big artillery. So please join it. Sorry, join it. That side.
Welcome to Thunderdome. We come in peace. Wait, we don't? Bogies at Yanks o'clock. Don't push. There's enough bogies for everyone. All this battle over little old me.
Quoi? En 30 minutes.
Ça, c'est à...
Bah, c'est à vous deux.
Je jouais même pas avec.
Chicane, s'il vous plaît.
Mais il jouait même pas avec. Oh.
Hmm? On va jouer avec tantôt. Kids are going at it. Oh, fucking course.
Always surprises. Bogies at gangs o'clock. Always surprises. Hey, Bob, what's your name? Always surprises. It's never enough. Welcome to Thunderdome. You are no longer alive.
The fast reload is really cool though.
Everything around me. Faster, little pal.
And teleport back, so means that we are done with this mission.
Keep the change, you filthy
Ah, c'est toujours une question de théorie. Hein? Ooh. There we go. Sainte Marde.
Let's meet the locals. Hi, Bob. What's your name? Tatu Barada Pico. Your death has been brought to you by Bob. Must be popular. Your life functions have been terminated. They look friendly. Cash rules everything around me. Hi, Bob. What's your name? All this fuss over little old me? Die, you organic. They look friendly. Citizens can't touch you now. Welcome to Thunderdome. You came a long way to die. Welcome to Thunderdome. Hold. Turn your water to zero. Your life functions have been terminated. Accumulating wealth. Oh, it seems you are dead now.
Et voilà.
Just win, baby.
C'est quoi ça? Team Color. Team Aura Cooldown Reduction. Oh, nice. Spike Stick. Okay. Shadow Life. Alright, alright. A good amount of Bioplasma. Shadow Life. Better Shadow Life. Now it is time. Let's go and upgrade the Raffler. Oh no. Fuck, that's right. I don't have Sopika. Forget everything I said. Um, the stabby slashy, and the conductor. So the invader was pretty cool, but I'm definitely going back my conductor. I feel like I'm killing faster with that gun, and though its power level is 24. Kind of sad. But hey, be a good gun if I had some people with me in my team. Je saurais pas quoi faire. Exactement. All right. Well, let's relax just a bit, and we're gonna jump to Great War. You know. Let's go to YouTube. I'm gonna go to that channel,
Hi, I'm Jesse.
and let me check. Where was I? Last episode, I think I was still in 1916. I'm not sure though. Oh yeah. Oh, and it's a good one. It's a really good one.
We've seen many deadly technological advances so far during the war in the form of new weapons. The flamethrower, incendiary bullets, poison gas, but
Hide
perhaps
my
none
face.
would have a stronger impression on the world of the future than one which appeared in battle for the first time this week, the tank.
Un esti de bon épisode, ça. La première apparition du tank pendant la Première Guerre mondiale.
I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. Last week saw a combined British and French assault on German positions at the Somme. The Germans called off all offensive maneuvers at Verdun, but Bulgarian and Turkish troops under German command invaded Romania, who had just joined the war, and a Zeppelin was shot down over Hertfordshire. That Zeppelin was the first victim of the new incendiary bullets. And I'll begin this week with another new piece of technology, the tank. They would premiere September 15th at the Battle of Flers-Courcelette. The idea for the tank originated with the need for some kind of armored vehicle that could cross no man's land, break through barbed wire, and assault German strongpoints. Already in December 1914, Ernest Swinton of the Royal Engineers had floated the idea of such a vehicle. Actually, even in 1903, H.G. Wells had dreamed of such a vehicle in his short story, The Land Ironclads, and Caterpillar tracks were used in agriculture by 1905. The tank prototype Little Willie came out in late 1915, and then in January 1916, a larger one with guns called Mother came out. The tanks used today were the Mark I model, which was based on the Holt tractor. There were two variants, the male model with 2 6-pound guns and 4 machine guns, and the female, which had 6 machine guns. But integrating tanks into existing tactics posed problems. Should they be concentrated together or spaced out? Should they advance ahead of, with, or behind the infantry? British High Command decided to spread them out and sent them ahead of the men, and they would advance with a creeping barrage of artillery. Then they would flatten the German barbed wire, and their guns would support the British infantry. 49 tanks were to be part of the attack. Some were hit by German artillery, some broke down, some failed to advance, and in fact nearly all of the 36 tanks that actually crossed the starting line stopped working for one reason or another. So they were really unreliable, but they did advance several kilometers, finally capturing High Wood as well as Flers, Martinpuich, and Courcelette, and certainly terrified the German infantry. But really, For the Germans that day, it was actually the creeping barrage tactics that had the biggest impact, not the tanks. There was also just about zero communication between the tanks and the infantry, and sometimes the infantry sped on ahead of them because the creeping barrage was safer than plodding along by the tank. Still, they gave an inkling of what was to come. And for the assault, the German lines had been breached to the point that they were in deep trouble, even though the British had not really broken through. After this, though, Winston Churchill, who had enthusiastically backed the development of the tank, wrote to Admiral Jackie Fisher, now both of them were out of office at this point, "My poor land battleships have been let off prematurely and on a petty scale. In that idea resided one real victory." But British Commander-in-Chief Sir Douglas Haig was impressed enough to ask the War Office for 1,000 more. There was some other important action at the Somme this week. Back on the 9th was the Battle of Ginchy. The 16th Irish Division was given the job of finally taking the village. They attacked from the south, which was new, and had a piece of luck that two German divisions brought into the sector failed to establish communications with each other. So the defenders were unsupported. When the Irish attacked, within 2 hours, the ruins of Ginchy were in the hands of the Fourth Army. Just so you know, when the Battle of the Somme began on July 1st, that day, the British took around 60,000 casualties to take 3 square miles, okay? Between July 15th and September 12th, it was around 120,000 casualties for about 6 miles. So in terms of casualties per ground gained, the rate had not changed. It just doesn't have such a dramatic impact because it wasn't all in one day. But the Germans had lost a bit of land, and German Chief of Staff Paul von Hindenburg ordered September 15th. The main task of the armies is now to hold fast on all positions on the Western, Eastern, Italian, and Macedonian fronts, and to employ all other available forces against Romania. And at home in Germany, the Hindenburg program was underway to remobilize the German army, recruiting German labor and forcibly deporting 700,000 Belgian workers to Germany. Cardinal John Farley, the Archbishop of New York, declared, "You have to go back to the times of the Medes and the Persians to find a like example of a whole people carried into bondage." President Woodrow Wilson protested this through Ambassador to Berlin James Gerard and told him to raise the issue with German Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Helveg. Gerard said, "There are Belgians employed in making shells contrary to the rules of war and the Hague Conventions." "I don't believe it," was the reply. Gerard said, "My automobile is at the door. I can take you in 4 minutes to where 30 Belgians are working on the manufacture of shells." The Chancellor declined this invitation. There was new action to the south this week as the Italian front was once again active. Italian Army Chief of Staff Luigi Cadorna launched the 7th Battle of the Isonzo River on September 14th, after the 6th battle a few weeks ago, which had taken Gorizia from the Austro-Hungarian defenders. He'd brought in thousands of fresh recruits and tons of supplies. He wanted to strike the Austrians on the Corso before they'd recovered from that battle, but guess what? They already had, and had beefed up their defenses a lot, and by early September had 4 defensive lines, 2 more than the Italians knew about. On the 10th, the Italians began their artillery barrage, though for the first 3 days they fired blindly into the fog and didn't do much damage. When the fog cleared on the 13th, however, and with some aerial observation, they destroyed much of the Austrian front line, blew holes in the barbed wire, and wrecked their communications. But the Austrians had left only a token force of men in the front lines, and their losses were very small. Then the Italian infantry attacked. The Duke of Aosta had 100,000 men, and they attacked the Austrians on a 14-kilometer front, which was a huge density of men. The Italians emerged from the smoke and dust in compact blocks of men and made targets pretty much as tempting and as easy as the British did at the Battle of the Somme on July the 1st. The Austrian gunners had been waiting for this moment, and as the Italians came on, wave after wave, shoulder to shoulder, they just mowed them down. One Austrian officer said it looked like an attempt at mass suicide. And when the Italians reached the deserted Austrian line, they were met with flamethrowers and tear gas and machine gun fire from beyond. The attacks continued for the remainder of the week, and Austrian casualties pretty much matched Italian after the first day. The 15th saw a ferocious Italian artillery barrage, but there was still no breakthrough and heavy casualties on both sides. And one event, which produced no casualties at all, happened in Kavala in neutral Greece. On the 12th, the 4th Greek Army Corps of 25,000 men there deserted to the Germans and were sent to Germany as guests. This, as you may guess, provoked a public outcry in Greece. 2 days later, Kavala was occupied by the Bulgarians. And on that front, the Salonika front, French General Maurice Sarrail began a new offensive on the 12th with a 5-nation army: Serbian, Russian, Italian, French, and British. The next day, the Serbs advanced towards Florina and Monastir. And we reached the end of another week of war. New offensives in the Balkans and on the Italian front. The Germans deciding to only launch offensives in Romania for the time being and forcing hundreds of thousands of foreigners to build their weapons. The Irish on top at the Somme and the debut of the tank. The tank. Now, I know a lot of you have been waiting for this week's episode because of that, so there you are. One of the greatest and most advanced machines of destruction is now a battlefield reality, and they will continue rolling, machine guns blazing away, and the French will use them, and the Germans will use them, and then after the war they'll be improved, and in all of the devastating conflicts of the 20th and 21st centuries thereafter, they will be there. The symbol of military destruction, the symbol of awe-inspiring devastation, the symbol of modern war. If you want to find out more about the development and history of the tank, you should check out our special episode about them right here. Our Patreon supporter of the week is Philippe Ugruyum Botanin von Stierlitz. That is a mouthful, but it's a great name. Help us reaching our next milestone on Patreon and get cool perks in return. Don't forget to subscribe. See you next time. By this time in the war, there were men from all over the world taking part. But you know what? They weren't just men from the warring nations. Thousands of men from nations that were not at war were fighting in Europe, including many thousands of Americans. I'm Indy Neidell. Welcome to the Great War. Last week saw the introduction of the new British weapon, the tank, as it rolled across the Germans at the Somme. The Irish also had some luck there, and on the Italian front and the Salonika front, the Allies began new offensives. Here's what came next. Well, the end of that offensive on the Italian front came this week. It was the 7th Battle of the Isonzo River and had begun last week with heavy Italian casualties. The objectives of the battle were to break through on the Corso, but also to take Mount Rombon and the Bovec Basin. For the first few days of the week, the Italians attacked again and again, but they didn't make any significant gains, and when they did gain land, counterattacks drove them back before they could dig in. Thing is, in the attacks this week, Austrian casualties kept pace with Italian, and by the time Italian Army Chief of Staff Luigi Cadorna called off the battle the 17th, Austro-Hungarian General Svetozar Borojevic von Boynya's army was pretty ragged. Italian production had created a big artillery gap between the two. Austrian food supplies were not up to snuff, and the Austrian draft was sending middle-aged men to the front lines after minimal training. But still, they defended well. In the assault on Mount Rombon, the 16th, for example, this mountain is high in the Julian Alps, and the peak was held by 2 Bosnian battalions of the Austrian army. The initial artillery exchange resulted in small casualties for the Bosnians and early and fairly demoralizing ones for the Alpini, the Italian mountain troops. The assault that followed was a complete failure. Well, the whole battle was a complete failure, even though I have to point out that losses were only a few thousand more for the Italians than the outnumbered and outgunned defenders. But in this war, defense pretty much always had the advantage. Here's a couple of other things Cadorna did away from the battlefields. Colonel Duhet, Chief of Staff for the Carnia Corps, who would later shine under Mussolini, was very critical of Cadorna and was appalled by his ineffectiveness. He also corresponded with government ministers. In July, he gave one of them an assessment of Cadorna, saying his thinking was 45 years out of date. The idiotic concept of the frontal assault had killed the country's best soldiers. The insistence on holding every piece of conquered territory, regardless of losses, was ridiculous, and that Cadorna had no strategic vision. This was all pretty much true, but Duhait was not very discreet. Another missive in late August, arguing that the capture of Gorizia in the Sixth Battle of the Isonzo had not helped Italy's strategic position at all, found its way into Cadorna's hands. He had no doubt who the author was, and Duhait was arrested, court-martialed for breaching confidentiality, and jailed for a year. Also, the press and the public gave General Luigi Capello a lot of praise for the capture of Gorizia, so Cadorna banished him to a post on the Asiago Plateau. It wasn't just the Italians that were charging this week. Over at the Somme, it was the Canadians. The Battle of Flers-Courcelette was in full swing this week, coming to an end on the 22nd. Now, Britain had used tanks for the first time as the battle began last week. And though they mostly had mechanical problems, they and the creeping barrage had nearly collapsed the German defenses. And by the time the battle ended, after a week of fighting in rains that turned the whole area into a swamp, the British had advanced several kilometers and even taken some of the German third lines. In fact, they took about twice the amount of ground they'd taken on July 1st when the battle began, for about half the casualties, just under 30,000 men. The Canadian Corps saw action at the Somme for the first time the 16th. There was actually a very famous charge that day by Private John Chapman Kerr. It's chronicled like this. Although his fingers had been blown off, he sprang from shelter and raced along the top of the trench, shooting down the enemy bombers from traverse to traverse. His astonishing onslaught proved the last straw for the badly shaken Germans, and 62 unwounded prisoners surrendered. Having delivered his captives at a support trench, Kerr returned to action without troubling to have his wound dressed. He won the Victoria Cross for his efforts. A side note, he was one of 14 volunteers from a single family. I'll talk about a couple of other individuals today for a change. On September 17th, 1916, a young pilot named Manfred von Richthofen won his first official aerial combat over Cambrai. He would soon gain fame as the Red Baron, the deadliest ace of the war. Now, he had already seen action dropping bombs on the Eastern Front, but dogfighting was new to him. Richthofen wrote in his diary soon after the event, "My Englishman twisted and turned, flying in zigzags. I was animated by a single thought. The man in front of me must come down, whatever happens." At last, my opponent had apparently lost sight of me. In a fraction of a second, I was at his back with my excellent machine. I gave a short burst of shots with my machine gun. Suddenly, I nearly yelled with joy, for the propeller of the enemy machine had stopped turning. I had shot his engine to pieces. The enemy was compelled to land. The British plane was unable to reach Allied lines and touched down near a German squadron. Richthofen landed as well and ran over to the enemy plane. Not only was the engine damaged, but both pilot and observer were severely wounded. The observer died at once, the pilot a bit later. Richthofen placed a stone on the pilot's grave. Now, his star career was just getting going, but another star's career came to an end this week. A soldier named Dillwyn Starr died the 16th. He was American. He had volunteered in 1914 and driven ambulances for the French, then British armored cars at Gallipoli, and then transferred to a British Guards regiment. There were 32,000 Americans who had gotten around British Army regulations and managed to serve. One of those regulations listed categories of people not allowed to enlist under any circumstances. Number 6 on the list was a foreigner. There was also development behind the lines on the Western Front this week. On the 16th, German Chief of Staff Paul von Hindenburg gave orders for a semi-permanent defense line built miles behind the front. This would become the Hindenburg Line and would be a fortified zone that could stop any Allied breakthrough of the front lines. But if you want to know what some of the Allies thought about the chance of that actually happening, here's a quote from French General Émile Fayolle about the Somme. "This battle has always been a battle without an objective. there is no question of breaking through. And if a battle is not for breaking through, what is its purpose? And over in southeastern Europe, the Central Powers were trying for a breakthrough of their own. In Romania, where a Turkish and Bulgarian force was attacking under General August Mackensen, perhaps the best German field commander of the war. On the 17th in Dobrogea, Russo-Romanian forces had fallen back from Rasova to Tuzla, and their situation seemed grave. But General Alexandru Averescu had taken command there a day earlier with reinforcements, and new Russian troops had arrived as well. And now, they attacked Mackensen. The fighting was heavy, particularly at Rasova on the Danube, and if Mackensen had taken it, he could have flanked the Romanians and cut off communications between Dobrogea and the rest of Romania. But he didn't take it, and by the 19th was forced to retreat. And a couple of notes to end the week. On the 19th, the Belgians occupied Tabora, capital of German East Africa, and on the 22nd, Hejaz surrenders to the forces of the Arab Revolt. And the week ends with battles ending at Flir-Corsolet and in northern Italy, and the Germans pushed back in Romania, and the soon-to-be Red Baron's career takes off. And Dilwyn Starr died. Just one more man, but one more American man. 32,000 Americans served in the British forces. That's a lot of men, and they were doing so totally illegally from British, American, even German perspective. You know, I've said before that while this war had lots of enemies, it didn't really have a bad guy. Neither the Central nor the Entente powers were the good guys. But obviously, a great many men 100 years ago did not agree with me, for they went to a war that was not their war and gave their lives for a cause that was noble to them. Think of them for a moment. If you'd like to learn more about the Red Baron, you can click right here to see our special bio episode about him. Our Patreon supporter of the week is Alistair Cooley. Yeah, that's another great name. I love that. Don't forget to support us on Patreon for us to be able to keep making improvements to the show and to shoot on actual World War I battle locations. And also, do not forget to like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and above all, subscribe. See you next time.
Albion on.
All right, let's. Yep. We are going to stream Raider. Ooh. Let's start this. Good job, people. Random winners, Vaidri Dutch and Aisksnin AICSTP-NIN. Good job, people, yeah. Let's see. Alright. We're gonna start up here. I want that golden chest. Up top.
Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following.
There have been generals in the past who have famously crossed high mountains with their troops to meet the enemy. Hannibal crossed the Alps, Bolivar crossed the Andes, and this week there was another name to add to that list. This week, Falkenhayn crossed the Carpathians. I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. I'm sitting here in a hotel in Przemyśl, Poland, because our studio in Berlin is being rebuilt and we're not ready to shoot there, and we'd rather shoot this here than miss a week. Last week came the 7th Battle of the Isonzo River with no real changes in territory for a lot of Italian and Austro-Hungarian casualties. At the Somme, the Battle of Flers-Courcelette, which saw the debut of Britain's new superweapon, the tank, raged all week, and the British took a bunch of ground. In Dobrogia, the Romanians had stopped the Bulgarian and Ottoman troops under German command. The Belgians captured Tabora, the capital of East Africa, and a young pilot named von Richthofen shot down his first plane. He would soon be known as the Red Baron. Here's what came next. Well, the Romanians may have stopped the enemy in Dobrogia, but in Transylvania, he was attacking. Romania had joined the Allies and the war a month ago, and by now had taken a lot of territory, about a third of Transylvania, like 7,000 square miles and 7,000 prisoners. But the Germans had spent much of September reinforcing the Austro-Hungarian defenders, and German High Command had stated that all offensive energies were to be carried out in smashing Romania, and they'd play defense everywhere else for the time being.
Oh,
None other than former Army Chief of Staff Erich von
Master.
Falkenhayn commanded the German forces in Transylvania. On September 26, Falkenhayn crossed the 11,555-foot Turnu Rosu Pass, that's 3,500 meters, into Transylvania, taking Sibiu, known as Hermannstadt in German, northeast of the Vulcan Pass. This was the first serious German advance on that front. The Romanians resisted the Germans, who outnumbered and outgunned them for 3 days, but were finally surrounded by Bavarian Alpine troops, who'd climbed the mountains to occupy the pass behind them. The Germans took some 3,000 prisoners, and as the month came to an end, moved on to attack a Romanian force to the south within Romanian borders. The Germans may have been advancing there, but on the Western Front, it was the British advancing at the Somme. British Commander-in-Chief Sir Douglas Haig had a large vision. He wanted a combined British-French offensive from Thiepval to Maurepas, which would include the reserve, 10 divisions to capture Thiepval and the German 3rd Trench Line near Le Trans-Loy. But deteriorating weather conditions, exhaustion of the troops, and the chronic inability to coordinate the actions of the different armies pushed it back again and again. At least by the 25th, both Ferdinand Foch's Frenchmen and Haig's armies were ready to attack. However, the reserves under Sir Hubert Gau had a problem. He was going to use tanks to capture Thiepval. This was a problem because Foch wanted an afternoon attack, so the artillery fire could be observed, and that meant the tanks would have to be brought forward in daylight, which would expose them to German artillery. So Gau decided he would attack in the early morning mists on the 26th, and then, for reasons which I have yet to comprehend, his tanks were not used in the morning mist, but actually went out the same time on the 26th as the combined attack on the 25th. Go figure. Anyhow, in the 48 hours before the battle, the British threw over 400,000 shells into an area of around 17 kilometers of German trench. You have to remember that the 3rd trench system was more rudimentary than the first two had been, and bad weather had prevented the Germans from strengthening it. The creeping barrage tactics to protect advancing infantry were then used by the British across the whole front in 3 jumps, with an hour's pause for consolidation between each jump. This went off pretty much like clockwork. Well, it did for the main attack by the 14th Corps. To their left, the Guards Division found that the barrage had not cut the German barbed wire defenses, and they lost most of their officers cutting through it, but still, they managed to secure their objective. Further left of that, though, the 21st Division was unable to take its objective, the Gerd Trench. This gave the Germans an excellent starting point for any counteroffensive, but here's what happened. One tank came in overnight from the ruins of Flers. At 7:30 a.m. on the 26th, began cruising down the trench from one side to another, machine guns blazing, and within an hour, it had cleared a large section of the trench, taking 370 prisoners and killing many more men for only 5 British casualties. So the actions were a huge success by Somme terms. The German 3rd line, from Martinpuich to Comble, had been taken, but this didn't mean Rawlinson now had open countryside before him. The Germans had already dug a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th defensive line, and these would have to fall before the path was open, and summer had by now turned to autumn. The rains and muds that followed were only a matter of time in coming. I should point out that the French attacks were not nearly as successful as the British this week, being limited by both massive German artillery and the Saint-Pierre-Vaast wood. But let's take a
D'ailleurs,
look for
sur
a
Humble
minute.
Bundle, il y a
Bow's attack on
Engage, me
Thiepval,
semble. Très bon jeu,
26th.
là.
He had 4 divisions attacking across around just over a 5-kilometer front. This was going to be tricky, since the final objectives, Regina and Stuff trenches, were on reverse slopes out of direct observation. There were also 144 cellars
bundle.
in Thiepval, and any of those could hold German machine gunners that could emerge and attack the British rear after they'd passed. The preliminary artillery barrage was fairly successful, and the attack went off. The next few days were very bloody. A tank again played a big part, turning up at a crucial moment and dealing with the German machine gunners around Thiepval Chateau. High command doubted the attack on the town could have proceeded without this happening, but the price for Thiepval had been high, around 40% casualties of the attackers. This could have been far higher without the 13 tanks used in total. As the battle for Thiepval Ridge came to an end, the British had advanced 1 or 2 kilometers on a 5-ish kilometer front with casualties around 12,500, a third of that Canadian. I should point out that even though they were limited, the British operations at the Somme, the second half of September, were the most successful ones they had at the Somme so far. In fact, in that period, they took as much ground as they had taken from July 1st to September 14th. The creeping barrage was now a standard procedure, and in spite of many mechanical failures, the value of the tank was pretty plain to see, overcoming strong resistance for little cost in lives. Also, British colonial troops, like the Canadians and New Zealanders, had proven equal, and in some cases superior, to the experienced German defenders in close combat fighting, which a lot of people, primarily the Germans, did not see coming. A final side note here. German casualties at the Somme for September are estimated at around 130,000 men. This was, in some ways, the most hellish battle in history. And here are some notes to round out the week. By now on the Macedonian front, the Central Powers were pretty much on the defensive. But here's something there that I haven't mentioned. The first Greek volunteers from their neutral homeland had shed their blood for the Allies in the past couple of weeks, under command of Lieutenant Colonel Gravanis, who himself was under French command from Florina. The Greeks had figured prominently in the retaking of that town. On the 23rd, an airship raid on London and the British East Coast killed 40 and injured 130. But Zeppelin L-32 was brought down by an airplane, and L-33 by gunfire in Essex. On the 25th came another raid by 7 Zeppelins. 43 civilians were killed, 31 injured. And that was the week. The British quite successful at the Somme, but at a high cost. The Germans raining fire over England, and Falkenhayn leading his men over the mountains to fight the Romanians. Romania had not timed its entry into the war very well at all. Russia had seemed ready to lend lots of military aid, but this wasn't going so well. Russia and Romania had also believed that Bulgaria would not declare war on Romania, but that had happened, and Romania had thought Germany was too busy on the Western Front to aid the Austro-Hungarian armies that had been softened up all summer by the Russian juggernaut. Romania was wrong, and now, after only a month of the war, was fighting on its own territory in both North and South against all 4 Central Powers. It never ceases to amaze me that when a new country joins the war, it always has
Sonic Frontier
fantasies about how somehow just their nation will be spared the catastrophic loss of life that befell all of the others, and then, as day follows night, reality intrudes, and hundreds of thousands of your young men die. If you'd like to see our episode about what was going on in Romania before Romania joined the war, you can click right here for that. Our Patreon supporter of the week is Brandon Escobar, who is probably not any relation to the Escobar drug cartel, but hey, who knows? I'm sure Brandon will write in and tell us yes or no. Thanks, Brandon. Don't forget to subscribe. See you next time. The Armenian Genocide. Whether or not you believe it happened, it happened. It was in progress 100 years ago. It had by now reached the point where even the Ottoman Empire's staunchest allies were speaking out against it, and this week, one of those allies was even removed from office. I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. I'm sitting here in a hotel in Przemysl, Poland, because our studio in Berlin is being rebuilt, and we figured that it would be better to keep our continuity than to miss a week, and we know you'd complain if we did. So this is what you get. Last week at the Somme saw British success at the battles of Morval and Tiepval Ridge. Greek volunteers were helping the Allied five-nation army in the Balkans, and German General Erich von Falkenhayn crossed the Carpathian Mountains to engage Romania. Here's what followed. There was action on the other Romanian front in Dobrogea. On October 2nd, the Romanians put up a pontoon bridge across the Danube at Rahova, well to the rear of German General August von Mackensen's lines. They overwhelmed the surprised Bulgarian forces under Mackensen stationed there, seized all the neighboring villages, and for the next day, it looked like they'd deal Mackensen a shocking defeat. But apparently, they didn't have the necessary forces to do it, because they retired back across the bridge. The Bulgarians claimed that an Austrian ship appeared on the river and began shelling the bridge, and that before the retreat had been completed, a lot of the Romanians had been captured or killed. But I can't find out definite info on that. The Berlin dispatches, at any rate, claim few prisoners, and the region quieted down again for the rest of the week. And here's more from the German political dispatches. On October 3rd, Paul Graf Wolf Metternich leaves his post as German ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. He was recalled by Germany at Ottoman Minister of War Enver Pasha's request because Metternich objected to the Armenian genocide. He was quite outspoken on the subject. Wilhelm Radowitz becomes the interim charge d'affaires. But the next day, Radowitz reported to German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg that of 2 million Armenians that had been living in Anatolia, 1.5 million had been deported, and of those, 1,175,000 were dead. The chronology of the Great War actually says Richard von Kuhlmann was the new ambassador from September 29th, but he wouldn't arrive in Constantinople until November. Kuhlmann believed initially that the Armenian issues were a matter of internal politics, but would later say this policy of extermination will for a long time stain the name of Turkey. And on October 5th, the Ottoman government confiscated all real estate held by Armenians. Let's look a few hundred kilometers due west from Constantinople to the Salonika front, where the Allied five-nation army was on the move. On September 30th, the British cross the Struma River and take the local villages. They beat back the Bulgarian counterattack. On the 2nd, the Serbs report they've consolidated their positions on the heights of Kaymak Jalan and had advanced and taken Kočovje. Meanwhile, the Bulgarians are retiring towards Monastir. On the 4th, the Allies reach Kanali, 15 kilometers from Monastir, and the Serbs cross the Cherna River east of Monastir. At the end of the week, the French take Yermani on the lower shore of Little Prespa Lake. An interesting side note here, on October 3rd, the 10th Irish Division attacked Bulgarian positions at Yenikoi. The town changed hands several times until a night attack by the Irish took it for good for the time being, and the Bulgarians pulled back. You don't usually think of Irish fighting Bulgarians when you think of World War I, but it happened. And yet another side note, on October 6th, Bulgarian poet Dimko Debelyanov was killed fighting the Irish. His poems became very popular after his death. One place you do think of Irish fighting, and indeed all of the British colonial armies fighting, was at the Somme. On October 1st, the Battle of Le Transloy and the Battle of Ancre Heights began. Now, I'll talk more about them next week, particularly as bad weather for most of the week prevented any really big action, though there was a fair amount of action this week and every week. I want to talk a bit about British Commander-in-Chief Sir Douglas Haig. Haig still didn't seem to understand the kind of operations his troops could handle with success, specifically those limited in scope to the range of the guns covering the infantry advance. Every time he planned an offensive, the cavalry was assembled and distant objectives were set, and thinking about the big breakthrough distracted from reality-based things like artillery concentration. So battles kept resulting in heavy casualties for the British attackers. And while optimism is certainly a good thing, Haig's persistent belief before each new offensive that German morale was just about to collapse was not only a fantasy, but resulted in exhausted soldiers being asked for additional efforts because the enemy was teetering on the edge of collapse. There was also this. Now that they had taken most of the Thiepval-Morval Ridge, future advances would be into a valley, and the Germans would have the observation advantage. Also, the autumn rains usually turned up in October at the Somme, which would make advancing difficult in general. Another also, 3 German trench lines had been captured, true, but they had built a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th line. And though they weren't as strong or as complex as the first 3, reaching them required a 7-kilometer advance, which is pretty much how far the Allies had advanced in the past 3 months total. And even if things went a bit quicker now, this would mean extending the campaign into winter. Would Haig be so reckless as to take the risk? There was never a chance that he would do anything else. Haig ordered his forces to take the rest of Thiepval Ridge and the outer defenses of the Transloy line. But this was only the first step in Haig's ever-expanding designs. He was, once again, looking at distant places as the real goal for his armies. On September 30th, he met with Charles Cavenagh, the leader of the Cavalry Corps, and told him to check out the area north of the River Ancre for a possible surprise attack. Okay, reasonable enough, but he continued by talking about an enemy collapse and how the cavalry would pursue them when that happened. There would be a 3-army strike, Henry Rawlinson's men attacking the Transloy line and advancing to Beaumetz and then encircling Cambrai from the southeast. Hugh Gow and his reserves operating on Rawlinson's left, and Edmund Allenby's troops being the northern pincer, attacking south of Arras and cutting off the enemy from the north. Now, you have to realize what this would entail. For Rawlinson to advance to Beaumetz and then to Cambrai would be a 40-kilometer advance, 6 times the distance his men had covered since July 1st. For Gow, it was about the same distance, while Allenby had the luxury of only around 35 kilometers. Does anyone think there was any chance whatsoever that this could happen at this point? For this to work, the German army would have to completely collapse. And if just a few machine guns were still active, the cavalry, which Haig still saw as the major player in the breakthrough, would be slaughtered. The Somme, by Robin Pryor and Trevor Wilson, says this was not an example of prescient forward planning. It bore the characteristics of something concocted at the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. One could, I suppose, argue that this was, in fact, just imagination and a best-case contingency plan, and Haig was just theorizing. But Haig did meet with all those generals and lay out how the separate locations would be attacked. Okay, spoiler alert. Not one single part of this grand plan was ever enacted, but it does show how Haig was still thinking. Even just before winter, after 3 months of grinding, creeping battle, he was still looking at the Somme in terms of a single, decisive Napoleonic battle that would break the Germans. And that battle, to Haig, would come after infantry and artillery broke into the German lines, and then the cavalry would break through. But cavalry had no place on a Western Front entrenched battlefield. Haig did not see this, even as October rolled in. And the first week of October 1916 ends. With new battles and new daydreams at the Somme, the Romanians hitting the Bulgarians from behind, the Five-Nation Army advancing in the Balkans, and a German ambassador losing his post because of his outspoken critique of the Armenian genocide. And this week, the German government, the Ottoman Empire's strongest ally, is informed that over half of the Armenian population in Anatolia is now dead. 2 months ago, I mentioned that the 3 biggest battles in the history of the world so far were being fought simultaneously: Verdun, the Somme, and the Brusilov offensive. You know what? None of those battles had over 50% of their soldiers die, but that's what happened to the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. And Graf Metternich was removed from office for speaking out against it. This was modern war. If you'd like to see what was going on with the Armenians before the war, you can click right here to see our episode about that. Our Patreon supporter of the week is Jacek Chmielje. Thanks to Jacek and people like him, we're able to go on location to places like Przemysl Fortress and shoot even better episodes. Do not forget to like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. And don't forget to subscribe. See you next time.
Why cold process soap is different than regular soap. Large commercial soap makers use cheap
It's almost monotonous, but here goes. After the 7th Battle of the Isonzo River, that front, the Italian front, had settled into a war of attrition kind of like Verdun. So how do you break that? Well, if you're Italian Army Chief of Staff Luigi Cadorna, you launch the 8th Battle of the Isonzo River. I'm Indy Neidell. Welcome to the Great War. Last week, the Romanians attacked the Bulgarians in Dobrogea. The five-nation Allied army advanced in the Balkans. 2 new battles began at the Somme, and the German ambassador to the Ottoman Empire was recalled for speaking out against the Armenian genocide. Here's what came this week. The Italian front roared back into life, for starters. Now, even though we refer to the 7 previous battles of the Isonzo River as separate things, to the soldiers involved, it was just one long daily fight with constant artillery bombardment, airplanes dropping bombs, and snipers on the prowl. Cadorna had already planned for the 8th Battle of the Isonzo River, and it would be a 2-pronged attack. The Duke of Aosta, with 6 divisions, would attack on the northern Carso on a front of only 3 kilometers, while his other 6 divisions would maintain pressure on the southern Carso. 3 more divisions would attack the enemy north of the Vipava River, south of Gorizia. The Italians, in both men and guns, far outnumbered the Austro-Hungarians. They had bombarded the Austrians all last week, and the intensity of the artillery was so great, really concentrated on a narrow front, that the Austrians took over 4,000 casualties in spite of the strength of their defenses and fortifications. Fog and rain had put a temporary end to the bombardment, but on the 7th, it began again, from over 1,000 guns, raining death down on the Austrian infantry for the next 2 days. On the 9th, the Italians ran a series of probing infantry attacks in the afternoon, looking for weak spots. The next day, after a final barrage, the Italians poured out of their assault trenches onto the battered enemy. By the afternoon, the Italians had made substantial gains. South of Gorizia, the defenders were pushed back nearly 2 kilometers, and it really looked for a minute like Cadorna's big breakthrough was here. But Austrian General Svetozar Boroyevich von Boyna's troops, many of them Ukrainians and Romanians from the empire, launched counterattack after counterattack and took back over half the ground they'd lost. In the north and center of the Carso, it was the same, but not in the south. The battle there centered on Hill 144, and at first it was going the same way, but was saved for Austria by First Lieutenant Theodor Vanke from a Czech battalion, who ordered his riflemen to charge the advancing Italians, and at gunpoint forced a neighboring company of men to join in. The whole regiment soon followed his lead, and they drove back the Italians. The South Carso was saved. On the 11th, artillery and infantry action was resumed, and it was both costly and vicious. Slowly, the Austrians regained ground. Cadorna wanted to continue the attack on the 12th, but both sides were basically too exhausted to do so. The Austrians had held on, but they couldn't continue to take losses at this rate. For the battle, they'd taken 38,000 casualties, the Italians over 50,000, and possibly even 60,000. Cadorna believed he was winning the war of attrition, which he kind of was, since the Austrians were also fighting Russia and Romania and just didn't have too many troops to send here. And he began planning for another battle that would come before winter set in and prevented new offensives. The Italians were actually making headway elsewhere this week. A dispatch from Rome this week told of them moving from Avlona on the Salonika front, in a region with really poor communications. The reports on the 10th said they'd taken Clisura, more than 50 kilometers from Avlona toward Monastir, and they were advancing towards Lake Ohrid, where the Bulgarian right wing was. They had obviously driven back the Austrians, who had held the region. There were other Allied advances there this week, and on the 10th, the British cut the Ceres railway, and the Bulgarians fell back to the hills. But the Bulgarians were advancing in Dobrogea, on the southern Romanian front. Actually, on the 8th, Berlin announced that the enemy was in retreat in both Dobrogea and Transylvania. This was kind of true, except the Romanians still held positions in the Maros Valley. German General Erich von Falkenhayn, commanding the German forces in Transylvania, had numerical superiority and better railway access. By the 12th, he was facing the Romanians in the Torsberg, Predeal, and Buzău passes and forcing them back. On the 13th, however, came the best news the Romanians had had in weeks. The Germans had been stopped and forced to retreat in both the Predeal and Buzău passes. Could the Romanians hold off the Germans in the Torsberg Pass? They could not. On October 13th, Falkenhayn drove through Torsberg Pass to Ricard, 10 kilometers within the Romanian borders. But the Germans were being pushed back in the west at the Somme. The combined French and British attack there, the 7th, was pretty big, even though it was only the preliminary for British Commander-in-Chief Sir Douglas Haig's push towards the region north of Cambrai. French and 6 British divisions attacked. In general, the attack was a failure. The weather had prevented the big guns from having time to spot German trenches and batteries. The British did manage to take Le Soir, thanks to an effective creeping barrage preventing the Germans from getting their weapons into play. On the 8th, 2 Canadian divisions of the reserves tried again to take Regina Trench, but failed as they had back on the 1st. The German barbed wire had not been cut by artillery in many places, and the German machine guns took care of those soldiers stopped in no man's land. On the 12th, 5 divisions attacked the Transloy Line's outer defenses. They too failed to take their objectives, and the commander of 30th Division said it was pretty much because of the German practice of scattering machine guns all over in shell holes, but not in the trenches where they just couldn't take them out with artillery. However, for the Newfoundland soldiers advancing at Guidencourt, they moved forward too quickly under the creeping barrage, and 1 in 10 of them was killed by their own artillery. The grinding casualties had by this time seriously weakened much of the British Fourth Army. But to General Sir Henry Rawlinson's credit, the attacks on the 12th finally opened his mind to a few truths. He wrote this in his diary: "There are numerous cases of wire uncut, distant machine gun fire, and strong counterattacks. But the fact is that the Boche put up a better fight of it this time, and until we can reduce his resistance further by shaking his morale, we shall not, I fear, drive him out of his present line." Rawlinson summarized the reasons for failure. 1. Absence of surprise, attacking only between noon and 3 p.m. 2. Difficulty of observation. He mentioned the poor weather, but there was also the loss of the commanding position on the ridge as the men had moved forward into valleys. 3. Recovering enemy resistance. 4. Lack of clearly defined starting trenches to give the creeping barrage a regular starting line. And 5. Distant machine gun fire. It's good to identify the problems finally, but he had bigger concerns now. Haig wanted to continue the battle all winter if necessary, until such time as they were stopped by the weather. Rawlinson told him that they didn't have enough men and ammunition, and even if they did, the weather would screw things up. Haig was aware of these issues, of course, and his solution was to build better railways to get more ammo to the front, for more men to enlist or be conscripted, and lastly, that an ordinary winter would not put a stop to British advances. He also believed they had to keep on because though he couldn't say how close the Germans were to the breaking point, they were a fair bit of the way there. So don't give up. The attacks would continue and continue. And we reached the end of the week. Slow going at the Somme, a short but deadly battle on the Italian front, the Germans pushing into Romania and the Bulgarians pulling back in the Balkans. As Rawlinson said, the Germans were putting up a hell of a fight, and without weakening their morale further, they would not crack. At least he finally realized that. His superior Haig had yet to do so, and would keep pounding and pounding and pounding away at the German lines until that magic moment happened, or until he realized that it wouldn't happen, or until winter came and froze the men to the extent that it was a moot point. 3 options. For the time being, Haig chose the first one. If you'd like to learn more about the architect of the Battle of the Somme, you can click here for our bio special about Sir Douglas Haig. Our Patreon supporter of the week is Robbie Rached. Please support us on Patreon so all of our dreams for a more intense and better and cooler channel will all come true, and you guys will see an even better show. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe. See you next time.
C'est le moment idéal pour sortir, explorer et créer des moments inspirants.
Alright. Let's do that last stream raider. And there we go. Alright. So that's gonna be the last battle for us today. We're gonna check. We're gonna get the rogues and the flag bearer. 86 and Mandred. Get those. Good job, guys. Thanks for staying with me all this time. There we go. I'm gonna collect, and I'm gonna tell you all good night. We're gonna go and see my good friend Albino Reno. Speaks English and French, so whatever language you speak, he's gonna speak with you. Whatever you choose. I'm gonna see you soon. Bye bye.
I'm mad. It's like I used to